But network.
Okay.
Yes, Ma'am Angel.
Mag-start na po kasi sir ng prayer.
Okay na?
Prayer po, oo. Ay, nag-start po siya.
Okay, so let us start the program.
Hmm. Ay, siya.
Ay, nalo mo ko ang piso ka.
Ay, ano ito?
Sure.
Tapos, and video.
The COVID-19 crisis is intensifying
Video.
this learning emergency. As many as 94% of children across the globe have been out of school due to closures. Learning losses from school shutdowns are further compounded by inequalities, particularly for students who are already left behind by education systems. Choosing the appropriate learning delivery modality in a school is not that easy exam. It needs a thorough understanding of the school's culture, including its capacity to cater such the capacity of every learner or guardian, and the capacity of every student, since he or she is the direct user of the chosen modality. Today, ladies and gentlemen, let us brace ourselves for a fruitful week as we applications, learning outcomes, challenges, and concerns. To formally begin this virtual workshop, may I request everyone to please direct your attention to your monitor as we give glory to our Almighty Father in heaven. This will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the singing of the DepEd Leyte hymn. May nabati.
Para si Mr. Aljo na ako.
Anain.
Anak ko na nagtiklaw.
Andi, iti mo laptop or itakon po.
Amay namun nga ada ka mga langit pagdayawon ani mo ngaran ikanhi mo haamon an imo ginhadian ipasunod an imo kaburuton dinhi hatuna sugad man halangin dagan mo kami iyan hankaran unamon hay ginaadlaw pagwadon mo ang amon mga sala sugad pagwarahan namon hanakasala haamon nandiri mo kami bayaan basi diri kami pagdagon han mga panulay kundi mawi kami ha mga karatan.
sowing seeds on fertile minds of God's most precious creation, preparing a passage of excellence for each young one unfolding our dreams of bright tomorrows in the care of able hands, and noble task of the call to serve the whole of humankind. Hail, death and latent, our undying flame of hope, a beckoning light to a brand new day, our beloved death and latent. Building pillars of the lands, molding heirs and peers of the nation, indwelling a culture that's Philippines in hearts and minds upholding, drawing fledgling ones to follow, to savants and sages less hands, a ground of play for a child to dwell, a gemstone for mankind. Hail, death and latent, our undying flame of hope, a beckoning light to a brand new day, our beloved death and latent. Parents, teachers, guardians, mind, hand in hand to one destination, to tear down the walls of ignorance, give spark to each child's dawning. The name of God we follow, through the trials our faith we stand. We run the race with our lives we live, a beaten path behind. Hail, death and latent, our undying flame of hope, a beckoning light to a brand new day, our beloved death and latent. Hail, death and latent, our undying flame of hope, a beckoning light to a brand new day, our beloved death and latent. A beckoning light to a brand new day, our beloved death and latent.
Good morning, everyone. Today is January 2, 2020, day one of our long week course for the realization of the Learning Delivery Modality Course 2. I am AJD and I will be your moderator for this virtual event. My morning greetings to our very supportive and vivacious school principal for Mr. Richard N. Laurente. Likewise to the equally competent assistant school principal in the senior high school department. Our head teacher in the junior high school department, Mr. Alvin Azucena. Our head teacher HI Extension, Mr. Jose Andre Lumbre. To the faculty club president, Mr. Milan Fidencio Villegas. To all the department heads, master teachers, and to the rest of the faculty and staff, once again, a pleasant morning to each one of us. Before anything else, let me inform you all that this live event is being recorded thanks to Microsoft Team Philippines, headed by our school, Mr. Jonas Kapusbusan. Before we get started, I'm going to go through to some housekeeping and the speakers. Firstly, if you wish to ask the presenters a question, or if you may give some points or inputs or clarification, please click on the raise hand icon found in the bottom part of your screen. We will also be launching a poll throughout today's webinar, and we will be posting it later at the TSHI faculty and staff group chat. To participate by selecting your responses when they appear on your screen. And if you experience
Sir Aljun, nagkakautod.
team will help you troubleshoot any issues. By the way, am I audible to everybody? Okay, please do not hesitate to raise a hand or ask if you are having some troubles. Mr. Jonas as well will be monitoring the attendance, so please log in to your account for you to be counted. All right, so at this point in time, let us hear a welcome message to our very own outstanding principal, Mr. Richard and Lode. A virtual applause.
Ano kuno direk nagkakautod-utod ni Jonas. Jonas o
Sir.
Aljun. Ano na Aljun kuno? Direk nakabati.
Yes, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Diri nasasaygan ko an Aljun kay nagkakautod-utod.
Okay na po, sir. Opo, sir. Maluya at signal.
Amo lagi signal adi kaya di mat mga gwapo di nga signal. Di nag-continuation ito na pag-anyan. Pero pwede naman na ako ako na doy.
Yes po, sir. Welcome message.
Ay, sorry. Okay. My really warmest morning greetings to from the bottom of my heart. Since February is love month, to February 2, we the Catholic Christians are celebrating the presentation of our Lord in the temple, also popularly known as Candelaria. Shout out to Assistant Principal 2, Leo Bijan Makasusi, Head Teachers Alvin Mendibel Asusina, Jose Andre Olino Lombre, Department Heads Vicky Labata, Eugenie Los Baños, Annabel Albao, Mapit Valdisco, Medjoy Pastores, our TBL Department Head, Ma'am Marisa Reduña Estabilio, Sir Darwin Ubihas, Master Teachers Elizabeth Mandrisa, our MS BIS Coordinator, proponent of this inset, Rupino Almaden, co-proponent of this inset, Doc Jonas Kabusbusan, ICT and Microsoft Ambassador, Ninyo Charles Adbingtula, Teresa Balano, Brando Albao, our DRR Coordinator, Master Teacher 2, Jonathan Vargas, Lorena Acero, Alan Chavez, Jennifer Montisa, Jeric Logrosa, our ICT Coordinator for preparing my RPMS presentation, Janice Zamora and Vicky Labata for my LDM presentation, faculty and staff headed by Juris Dr. Milan Pedicino Villegas, Happy Valentine's to all of you. Also to our moderator, Aljon Edisuyo, Mary Jane Serena, and Irene Carino. Today we'll start our 3-day school-based training on learning the delivery modality course LDM for teachers. Since the topics for this 3-day training are essential, also in our IPCR 8, aside from the focus on learning delivery, I invite you to watch this PowerPoint presentation regarding the RPMS. Mary Jean, ay na ang PowerPoint presentation ng RPMS.
Okay na.
Connecting panay engine. Okay, mano yung atwit signal diri ba hirap pwede bumanin nga diha. Oh, may nagpo-PowerPoint presentation pero add to dito ha ko. Add to dito ha.
Sir Alvin.
Ay makuha it kada user data. Yanis anayon daw kamo palit gud kamo nga
Sir Alvin.
dili ha. Okay, kahit mga importante dito
Dire
sa
ka po.
website. Eric, nasa rin iti ading nga nag-picture. Eric,
Yes,
patalo.
Sir Alvin. Good morning.
yes.
Saan
Shopee.
siyahan na
Sir,
lalugod na.
ang RPMS po ni Sir Lau, kay dire pa po yung complete download. Kay medyo mag-kuhan ko na lang ang file na
All right,
Sir
copy that.
Jonas.
Copy that.
Oo.
Copy that, ma'am.
Oo. Dire pa po man mag-download, sir. Kay medyo mabugat yan na si Sir Jonas. Yung file.
Magandang niya ka. Okay.
Pero ang hindi rin nagyan PowerPoint presentation. Ting maluyad signal dito ha. Kumlab.
So I guess the slide presentation is not yet ready. You know what, friends? Implementing a particular LDM or learning delivery mode in a class or in a school in general needs careful planning because if not planned properly,
Aljun,
yes, po, sir.
me.
Yes, po, sir.
Aljun, excuse me.
Yes, po.
Kay
Po, sir.
ada amot
Yes.
kakabat ito ni Tibay sunod nga speaker kay maluya da talaga it signal. Sige da testingan daw naton.
Yeah.
Pwede Joe or Jeric pwede ka kumadiha opisina. Or Angel dili
Yes,
ka
sir.
mo halo yung
Okay.
nga office na kung kay ada dili ka sige thank you.
Yes po, sir. Medyo mahina yung internet connection na.
Can play ano video kita, do can play the video.
It says here cannot play the video. So again, we are requesting Ma'am Angel Villones to just proceed to Sir's office. I guess the internet connectivity there is a lot stronger. Again, requesting Ma'am Angel Villones.
Or Mr. Chair, it's much sure.
Go ahead, and
Going na, sir. Attorney Angel.
timeline year round. Focusing on inventory towards 2021 and mid-year for output agreements based on PLCM for performance monitoring and focusing. Forms did here learning mid-year review forms assessment form did updated FPCRE and short module. Next, we have here a performance review and evaluation. Activity the year-end review and assessment, evaluation of performance, and computation of final rating. Forms PLP stores the PCRA present the PCRA midway using PM same. Timeline topic after graduation or third week of June 2020. What are the outputs? Design for design a PCRA with computed final rating. Performance rewarding and development planning. Activity quiz forwarded and development planning and forms final APCRN midweek date timeline July of 2020. Output review completion APCRN. This timeline for each feasibility is cycle is adjusted in consideration the school calendar year for the school year 2020 and 2021, which begins. We started last October 5, 2020, and we will end on June 5, 2021, between November 31st, 2020. And the adjustments of teachers in compliance with the basic education learning of the 2020 plan for this school year. The table also shows that the specific task or activity to be undertaken, the persons are responsible when the schedule of each phase of the site. Phases of the LP site. We have our phase 1 performance planning and development. What are the tasks or activities? Capacity building, activities, presentation of PMS tools in the time of COVID-19. We have the self-assessment with initial development planning. The persons responsible, the regional office, school divisions offices, school heads or writers. That is scheduled January 2021 or January of calendar year 2020. We have here were a major review of development planning with school aids, leaders, and readers. March of 2021. Phase 3, the performance review and evaluation, year-end review. Readers, readers, and approving of following phase and portions responsible. Schedule a week after the scheduled graduation. Then we have the phase 4 performance rewarding and development. Phase forward and development planning. We have the readers a week after a scheduled graduation. Then beneficiary data collection. Then the school head or readers a month after the scheduled graduation. All presented means of verification shall be open from January 2021 to March 2021. For RPM is objective 1, 5, and 7, and from October 2020 to March 2021, RPM is objective 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 12. All presented means of verification in English shall be open from January 2021 to May 2021 for RPM is objectives 1, 5, 7, and from October 2020 to May 2021 for RPM is objectives 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 12. The fifth is the priority indicators and means of verification. There are 11 priority indicators obtained from definitive provisional standards for teachers chosen as RPM's objectives for this school year. These priority indicators were selected based on being more responsive and appropriate to current context, teachers, learners, and the learning environment. Classroom observable objectives. There are 7 classroom observable objectives for both proficient and highly proficient teachers. The performance indicators of these objectives are identified for quality, except for Objective 6, which has quality and time limits. Objectives 1, 5, and 7 requires means of verification from a classroom observation. Although take note that only 2 observations are required for the entire school year, guidelines and protocols for alternative classroom observations are defined in this document. Objectives 2, 3, and 4 require supplementary materials as MOV, while Objective 6 requires evidence that show feedback to learners. Only 2 MOV that show evidence of these objectives are required for the entire school year. Non-classroom observable objectives. There are 4 non-classroom observable objectives for both proficient and highly proficient teachers. The performance indicators are identified for quality in Objective 8 and quantity and efficiency in Objectives 9 to 11. Class factor is Objective 1. Guideline. The general guidelines for the RPM is alternative classroom observations. The alternative classroom observation for RPM is considered only for this school year 2020 and 2021 due to the absence of or the capacity of face-to-face learning. Here are the options. First option, observations, online observations. This applies to teachers who will adapt online synchronous learning regardless of the number of classes and learning. The second option is observation of video lesson. Consider this mode of observation when one is not when option Observation of education. A education must have been used in lesson delivery as part of the supplementary materials or as one of the learning materials for online and synchronous learning. It is not the same as the lesson or TV-based instruction. A video lesson can be stored in a cloud, such as Google Drive, or any storage device, such as flash drive, or uploaded to an online classroom, such as Google Classroom, or a learner's management system. A video lesson must be SLM-based or remote aligned. A teacher can use any recording device to record herself or himself while teaching a lesson. The third option, observation of demonstration teaching via learning functions. Consider this mode observation and option 1 and 2 are not possible. This applies to teachers who will adopt pure modular learning component and digital video-based instruction or TV-based instruction. In basic education, learning continue with the plan. In the time of COVID-19, a support mechanism shall be established for teachers and school leaders to have access to relevant on-demand technical and administrative advice and guidance from its comes in many forms, including professional learning communities through the law of December 12, 2020. Page 41. In support of this mechanism, the LAC policy states that should LAC primarily function as a professional leadership community for teachers that improve practice and learner. This may be the best time to use LAC as an opportunity for the RATE to show performance of the RPMS objectives and for both RATEs and observers to discuss collegially strategies to improve teaching and learning processes, especially in addressing challenges delivery brought by this pandemic. There should be, take note, by Garpilo administrators and teachers, there should be 2 classroom observations for the entire school. Hence, RATE should submit 2 classroom observation called written sheets inter-observer agreement forms with observers that require such objective names 1, 5, and 7. The alternative classroom observation should follow this timeline. Classroom observation number 1. Between January and March 2021, then classroom observation 2 between April and May 2021. The alternative classroom observation process. The alternative classroom observation processes are almost similar with the process of classroom observation done face-to-face. The pre-observation and post-observation are still following with minimal modifications as shown in this figure. The tools forms needed during pre-observation. COT forms and Observation of video lesson during the pre-observation. Observers review visual previous rubric, appropriate the position of the teacher to be observed, then meet with the teacher to discuss the schedule of submissions of the video lesson. Teacher should review the COT or previous rubric appropriate to his or her position and plans the lesson based on the indicators, then delivers the lesson using the video recording device. Observation of the demonstration teaching via learning action cell pre-observation. Observers review the COT forms, rubrics, appropriate position of the teacher to be observed, meet with the teacher to discuss the schedule, the lab session, and the demonstration teaching. For the teacher, review the COT or previous tools, appropriate to his or her position, and plans the lesson based on the indicators. We have already during the observation of this time. The observation goals. The teacher access the online platform at the schedule online class, record all moments of the observation then the teacher should deliver the lesson in the chosen online platform. Then for the video, review the video lesson after submission, record all comments and observation notes form. Then teacher submit the video lesson to the observers. For relaxation, sit at stay at any available seats, record all comments on the observation notes form. Then the teacher should deliver the lesson on the agreed time and location. Post observation, we have the rating sheet, inter-observer agreement. Read the teacher in case the multiple observers discuss the rating with fellow observers. Decide final rating. Take note that you will not average the rating the same as previous, but you will decide you will agree with. Then read the teacher for the video. Read the teacher in case multiple observers discuss the rating with fellow observers. This decide the final rating. Then for the relaxation, read the teacher in case multiple observers discuss the rating with fellow observers and decide the final rating. Observers, and the teacher meet to discuss the result of the observation. They address their signatures on the rating sheet or the inter-observer agreement. For highly proficient teacher, approve ang attendance during the observation is part of the rule. Hence, the following protocol should be observed. Online observation, invite your colleagues to sit in your online class. Have an attendance sheet signed after the class. Observation of a video lesson. Give a copy of your video lesson to your colleagues, which they should do. Have an attendance sheet signed afterwards. Note, observer must ensure that colleagues hopefully view the video lesson. Observation of a demonstration teaching media lab. Invite your colleagues to observe your demonstration teaching during a lab session. Have an attendance sheet signed Excuse me, Aljun. Gusto na ito nanay. Aljun.
Yes po, sir. Ma'am Angel.
Yan na lang ito.
Yes po, sir. Copy. All right, so thank you very much, Sir Richard, for showing us that video presentation regarding the importance of RPMS PPST to us educators. Surely all of us will have common knowledge and understanding that will lead us to a new perspective. And don't you worry, friends, we will be posting the video presentation later on without the background music for your own consumption. Thank you. Again, it is very much important to know about the learning delivery modality for us to be acquainted with the trends in education, especially in this new normal. Proper preparation leads to a good performance. And as the adage goes, he who fails to plan plans to fail. So at this juncture, folks, let us hear the purpose or purposes of this training workshop. We have here our Master Teacher 1, Mr. Rufino S. Almaden, for the statement of purpose.
My warmest greetings to our outstanding school principal, Mr. Richard and Laurita, to equally competent assistant school principal we have in the high school, Sir Alvin Sena. We also have from the senior high school, Sir Leo Bichan Makasusi, the department heads, master teachers, my fellow teachers, friends, good morning. So with this last session, we are or this training that we have for this training on learning delivery modality 2 for teachers. This is in compliance to the Department of Education, Basic Education on the Learning Continuity Plan designed by the NEAP amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Given the current situation of our country due to the pandemic, as our educational system is doing its best to adjust in providing alternative ways for learners to access quality education, this training shall engage teachers to become more knowledgeable and skillful in terms of the implementation of the most suitable learning delivery modality in their respective learning areas. This will also urge teachers to understand better the needs of our learners and the most effective ways to provide instructional assistance considering our health and welfare. So the objective of this trainings, we have first, we have to know the different learning delivery modalities and its platforms, their features, uses, and pedagogies. Okay, then we have to plan for the implementation of the school adopted LDMs aligned for the LDM1, which is the roadmap, okay, school roadmap. Then prepare learning materials and resources needed for the LDM. So we've done already with this. We already have the training, which is the contextualizing our learning resources. No, we've done with this training already. So, and the most important part of this training is to come up with an output by answering the questions in the LDM modules and reflect this in our study notebook. So we will have to come up with a individual output for the portfolio. No, so the deadline of this, according to Sir Richard, we will have to submit this on Friday, no? And then on next week, we will going to have our LDM tool have in our respective clusters. So mag-showcase kita hit aton mga outputs, i-showcase naton ini, i-check ini ni sir. Okay? Dito hit aton mga respective clusters, no? So mag-showcase kita hit aton mga portfolio. Okay? So that's all for this day for the statement of for purpose about the about this trading learning modality learning delivery modality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Rufino Almaden, for that wide-ranging statement. Now, I guess we are all. Our first discussant is no less than the three-time most outstanding principal in the division of Leyte. His expertise lies on leadership and organization and making sure that everything is done on time. His task for today is to give you an overview of what to expect this training. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming back our very own Sir Richard and Laurente.
Good morning once again. Good morning, Aljon. The reasons why I first presented the RA guidelines of the RPM is because we need that in our zone. We have there already our LDM1 course overview. Okay. What is the importance of conducting LDM course? It improves the readiness of teachers and school teachers for the implementation and management of learning delivery modalities consistent with policies and during COVID-19 response framework adopted by the government. What are the two support mechanisms of LDM course? One is management stream. It is intended for division and school leaders who are expected to lead the implementation as well as manage the processes that ensure learners to quality education in the new normal. LDM2, instructional stream, it aims to equip the teachers with the general principles of teaching and learning delivery in the new modalities. Master teachers, teacher 1, 2, 3. How did the school implement the LDM1 in the new normal? Planning on how to conduct the tuition learning delivery mode through LAC session, virtual conferences of the master teachers, focused group discussions every cluster about how to implement in every cluster the distribution and retrieval of modules, then contingency plan with the head teachers, assistant principal, head teachers, master teachers, and even the classroom teachers. How did the school implement the LDM1 in the new normal? Okay, you have here the picture, the PowerPoint, implementation of phase 1 of LDM1. Another, Conducting technical assistance and coaching to head teachers and master teachers. Next. How did the school implement the LDM1 in the new normal? Monitoring and evaluation tracking, LR tracking, prepare contextualized LR monitoring plan in every cluster, cluster monitoring by school principal, assistant principal, head teachers, and the master teachers, using QR code to check teachers' attendance in each cluster and during the DEMIL visit. Next. Oh, yeah, we have here the picture. Okay, for the LDM2. What are the modules for LDM2 courses? Module 1, course orientation. Module 2, most essential learning competencies, MELCs. Then we have module 3A, lesson design and assessment and the modalities. Then module 3B, learning resources. Module 4, planning for continuing professional development. And module 5, LAC planning. Next. Okay, we have here. Okay, that is now what we are doing. Because we need really to conduct this orientation for us to show the move that we are conducting, the modalities that we are conducting at Tanawan School of Craftsmanship and Home Industries. And the reason why I also requested everyone to prepare that portfolio, because that is one also of the requirement in our RPMS. So you need to have your portfolio, and that is, aside from showing that in our cluster, we will also use that in our RPMS rating. By the way, for the teachers 1 to 3, your rater are the master teachers who are under you, or who are managing your group. Then for the master teachers, I will be giving an authority to the principal, the assistant principal, and the head teachers to a particular group of master teachers. So you need to have a copy of the RPMS tool. Okay. Good morning once again.
Very much, Sir Richard, for that inclusive ideas regarding the LDM Course 1 and the overview of the next courses to come. So our next presenter is a National Gawad Journalismo Awardee as the most outstanding Filipino department head. She will give us some insights regarding the Learning Action Cell organization. Now, to know more about this, folks, please welcome one of our active master teachers, Ma'am Veronica Labata.
Let us, Sir AJ, can you please tell me if
Yes,
my screen is still now on, the
yes,
slide is now on the screen?
already.
Is it there? So, PowerPoint presentation. So, good morning, Sir Richard Laurenti, our dynamic principal, and the 3 times most outstanding principal of Leyte Division, and a father figure of the SCHI. Likewise to our energetic assistant school principal, Sir Leo Bijan Makasusi, and likewise to our head teachers, Sir Lombre and Sir Azucena, and to our faculty club president,
Okay,
Sir
nawaraan.
Villegas. Nawara. Sir
Yes, ma'am,
AJ,
yes.
ada pa?
Yeah, it's not visible. It is not visible, ma'am.
Excuse me.
All right.
How about that? Hindi pa rin?
AdSense niya, Microsoft Teams niya.
Wala pa po.
So ito, ano yan?
Wala pa po.
Share. How about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir AJ, siya na ba?
Yes, ma'am. It's already here.
Okay, thank you. So the lesson 2 of module 1 is all about organizing LAC. This is a good opportunity. This virtual training is a good opportunity for us to learn more about how to organize our LAC sessions. As we can see in the presentation of Sir Richard on our PMS, so LAC sessions are very important in every teacher. So how to organize the LAC is my topic. It is not only for being the requirements of master teachers in IPCRF, but also LAC session could be a venue for addressing needs and for improvement of teaching and learning. So let us move on. First to our objectives of Module 1. So first, after this presentation, we will be able to organize a LAC to support your learning. So very important. Then the second is to enumerate the rules and responsibilities of different LAC members. A very important, again, topic. And then set protocols and norms for the conduct of LAC sessions. Then accomplish the required LAC forms at the end of this presentation. So in 2016, the Department of Education in the Philippines issued an order to institutionalize the Learning Action Cell as a K-12 basic education program, which is a school-based continuing professional development strategy. So it's an strategy for the improvement of teaching and learning through DepEd Order number 35, series of 2016. So maybe you might ask, why is Learning Action Cell important? So Learning Action Cell is actually started 2016. Pero siguro its implementation to other regions, siguro mga midway of 2017. And we are very familiar of Learning Action Cell, but then we do not know how to organize it in our school. So in our school, it termed as ISLAC, School Learning Action Cell. So why is it very important? Kasi LAC sessions facilitated by a designated LAC leaders have proven to be effective in engaging a group of leaders in collaborating and solving shared challenges. So there are instances that we met challenges in our classroom, so it would be better to discuss that during LAC sessions. LAC sessions also encourage critical reflection amongst teachers kasi there are group of teachers discussing issues there and then. So by that reflection among the teachers helps to increase the understanding and knowledge of the curriculum and classroom practices. This is from HID Foundation.org's 2019 when they have studied the importance of Learning Action Cell to be in the school-based strategy. Okay, Learning Action Cell also aims to develop and support successful teachers by nurturing their knowledge, attitudes, and competencies in terms of curriculum, in terms of instruction, and in terms of assessment in their workstations. So, Learning Action Cell talaga is very important to each and everyone in the school. It is not only for master teachers, but also to everyone. So Learning Action Cell kasi is a group of teachers who engage in collaborative learning. So at the same time, when you are there in the LAC session, teachers are also gained knowledge through collaborative learning to solve shared challenges encountered in the school. So facilitated by the school head of a designated as a designated LAC leader. LAC kasi will become the school-based communities of practice that are positive, caring, and safe spaces. So we will feel secured that our discussions are well treated. So they are well treated. Everyone, every reflection given by every teacher are well discussed in that group of teachers. In addition, LAC is the most cost-effective continuing professional development. So cost-effective, which means it doesn't need large budget to hold a LAC session. Hindi na siya kailangan ng MOOE fund if the group of teachers are only 5 to discuss these issues. So hindi na kailangan. So it is cost-effective. And you can gather your teachers nga dali-dali. Hala ka, di ka mo kay magkukang kita with this issue. So that's it. How important is doing LAC sessions in every school. Anay, dinamove tak slide. Okay. This time, what are the topics to be included in the LAC sessions? Kasi with this module, we are guided through DepEd Order 35 series of 2016 of topics and norms in organizing a LAC. The ENSET and LAC is different. So in service trainings, we need volume of teachers, may need budget, pero itong LAC, pwede hiya 5 to 15 members. But then, we are very careful also of the topics to be included in the LAC session. So one of the topics could be learners diversity and student inclusion. So what is meant by that? Kasi with learners diversity differences in attitude, in ethnicity, mga kaiba-iba. That's why in our lesson planning, meron tayo doon parts na diversity of learners to be addressed in that lesson. So according to the talent, so that is. So we know all of the diversity. Kasi if we include learners diversity and student inclusion as topic, one of the topics for LAC session is we will be determined that teaching for inclusion signifies that we embrace differences. Diversity and inclusion improve teaching and learning. So somehow we may get some points from the diversity of learners that we have. So including learners' differences and attitudes in LAC session help teacher improve their teaching skills. So sometimes nasa rin ito nga, we are not perfect. So we might get some ideas from our students that would help in our lesson in improving our teaching skills. Kasi our students kasi in the classroom serves as our mirror. So then is the content and pedagogy. So alam din natin ito. The content and pedagogy might lesson planning, for example, by studying the K-12 curriculum. Kasi ang K-12 curriculum is designed for diversity of learners, for very, very important teaching strategies. So inclusions na dyan, parang pinaghalo-halo na yung last na hindi effective, binago ngayon with the K-12. So teachers will be better able to prepare their lesson. So if your topic for LAC session is of content and pedagogy. So the lessons, we will be able to master skills in lesson planning. Teachers might identify and respond to opportunities to link teaching and learning in the classroom to experiences, to interest and aspiration of the wider school community and other stakeholders. Okay, next is assessment and reporting in the K-12 basic education program. So curriculum contextualization is one of the basic education program of K-12. So by then, if we need to contextualize some lesson to address the learning gaps of a student, so LAC session is there. We can discuss that in the LAC session. And also, mga 21st century skill or ICT integration. So we might ask, how about ICT integration that myself has struggled in manipulating mga ICT equipments. So within the LAC members, for example, if you do not have that skill, we can invite an expert in the school. So kailangan na natin ng expert. So that means LAC session is not mainly focused on the department itself. We can invite experts, especially if skills are new. Hindi natin alam kasi hindi naman natin lahat alam. Number 5, emerging and urgent issues, just like now, the pandemic. So that's why it is encouraged that LAC sessions should be in modules of LDM1. Modules have Permiminera may LAC sessions. So in module 1, meron na namang LAC session. How to organize? Kasi we are encouraged to master how to organize LAC and encourage ourselves to sit down on discussions during LAC sessions kasi there are emergent issues, mga urgent issues and concerns that affects our teaching and learning, and if that discussions could be helpful if it is in the LAC session room. Next is, how do we implement naman LAC implementation process? So we have the topics. Meron na tayong topics. We agreed on these topics. The department head have this topic, or the members of the teachers have suggested that, Ma'am, can we discuss this? I do not know what is this. This is skill, new skill. Ini nga pag-distribute, anon-on. How do we contextualize the monitoring plan? Because this cluster is different from this cluster. So that is one of the agenda for your LAC. Kaso, how you will implement that? Yon, first, it is ranked, for me, it is ranked according to importance. First is assessment of needs. Yun. You know the gap, the needs of your department. It should be identified with reference to the professional standard. Siyempre, if the need is for money matters that it is not included in our professional standards, ano ba pagpautang, ano pagnegosyo, it is not agenda for your LAC sessions. So your LAC sessions will in line with professional standards set for one's career stage. So yun, yung RPMS delivered by Sir Laurenti is one of the need to know by teachers. Kasi iba pala ngayon ang RPMS with this pandemic kaysa sa una. So yun, pwede yan. These needs could be captured through different forms such as self-assessment tool. So, let us visit our self-assessment tool. Meron bang gap dyan na pwede nating ihalo sa as need of the department? or else classroom observation result. For example, in the department, merong isang teacher na the observation result is not satisfactory. Dapat very satisfactory ang teacher. So ngayon, na-ratean siya ng satisfactory only. So how will the teacher improve? Paano matutulungan nga ma-improve ang satisfactory to very satisfactory? Kasi yun ang classroom observation result niya. Lack session might come in. So i-discuss ninyo. Maybe merong strategy si teacher na very satisfactory in one areas of the observation, and then pwede i-share in a lack session. Also surveys, also research, also students assessment and other forms. Sir AJ, may tao pa ba sa likod? Hello? May tao pa ba? Hello, hello. Sir AJ, baka nagyaya ka nagdiduri na mamati. Second is prioritization of topics. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so we need the assessment. So may I proceed? The assessment needs nandiyan na. Nandiyan na ang needs. You identify the needs. Are you ready to implement the lack? Not yet, because you have number 2. Number 2 kasi, you have so many needs to address. Classroom observation, meron dito reklamo si teacher. Meron naman dito survey of the result of the DMIL evaluation. Meron naman dito student assessment sa cluster 9. Hindi siya nagre-report, hindi siya nagkukuha ng module. So many needs to address. But then you must prioritize the topic or agenda. Kasi hindi naman sinasabi na ang lack session is only for once in a year. As the need arises, pwede. As the need arises. Hindi siya limited to 1 year once lang ang lack. No. So you prioritize what are those needs to be addressed with first priority. Asan ba dyan ang pinaka-immediate concern? So yun. The basis of prioritization could be in terms of urgency need. Time needed in addressing the need. Mga need talaga. Or in whatever way agreed upon by the members of the group. Okay, take note. For example, kasi nagsisharing na kamo yung mga assessment din. Ito, hindi pa ito dapat. Pwede ito mga next month. So yun, agreed upon by the members of the group. Kailangan, before implementation of the lack, you should agree on what topic so that you will be in the same boat. Naka-inline ang inyong ihuna-huna, naka-inline ito how to address that need. Kasi ito, iba ang iniisip, di naman iba. So it is very difficult to direct attention kung iba-iba ang iniisip. Next, are you ready to implement the lack? If you have assessments of need, prioritize not yet. Kasi you have to form a lack. Who are your lack members? Who is the lack leader? Who is the expert of the topic? Baka hindi niya expertise. So may hirapan kayo. So information of lack, every teacher should be a part of the lack. So remember, every one of us is part of the lack. Hindi tayo exempted. One lack could be composed of 5. Pwede na yan. Or 15 members. A school may organize as many lack as may deemed necessary, depending on the identified needs of the school. Yun ang sinasabi ko kanina. Each lack have a lack leader, a facilitator, and a documenter. So I believe lack session is no man's stand. Ibig sabihin, hindi niya kaya ang mag-isa. So meron siyang mga facilitator, may facilitator in that group, mayroong documenter. Okay. Another implementation, the fourth one, if you have the assessment of need, you prioritize the need, then you form now the lack, meron ka ng members of the lack. Can you start? Not yet, because you will identify appropriate interventions. So it would be better that before entering into a LAC session, meron ka na sa isip ano ba ang pwedeng intervention dito. Ako ganito. So that interventions, for example, 5 members in the LAC session, 5 have ideas, interventions on how to address the problem. So time is saved, na hindi na kamo magdidirig-bati nga amo iniit kuan. So you will share your interventions, which is part of the LAC, then agree on what intervention is very, very necessary. Okay. The intervention could be in a form of learning materials. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Contextualization of monitoring plan, hindi applicable sa area na ito, sa cluster na ito. Kasi this cluster is different from other cluster. Instructional materials. Then the equipment, facilities, and modality of the program. So I believe in TSCHI, meron tayong online as mode of learning ng mga students kasi maybe it is modules there ay applicable. So it could be treated in LAC sessions. Then scheduling of meetings, very important. So it would be possible if you have a plan of your LAC for the whole school year. It's just a suggestion. Kasi if you have an action plan of what to implement, what is schedule of the LAC first quarter, for example, meron kami sa January, in this department, merong sa February. So there must be merong avoidance of conflicts of schedule. Makaka-avoid ka because you will took notice of that schedule na ito ang LAC namin. So yung mga date ko bukas na lang. So yun. Then 6, 7, 8, and 9, mga self-explanatory, setting up of resources. Siyempre, if you form a LAC session, you need documents, LAC profile. So you need to prepare before the LAC. Assignment of work. So for example, you have needs nga duha to treat in the LAC session, you assign one of that topic to an expert of your group. Preparing of line item budget, if the LAC session need a budget, so meron dyan. May sasagot dyan. And writing of a LAC plan. So it is encouraged that department heads, it's just a suggestion, dirihiya kuan, mandatory to have a LAC plan. Kasi if you have a plan, you have a guide, and you have the urge to implement that plan. Okay, next. How do ano naman ang composition ng learning action cell? Ito, meron tayong LAC leader. So LAC leader is the principal, the school head. Meron tayong LAC facilitator, principal, school heads, or master teachers. Pwede siyang member siya actually kasi meron ka ng LAC leader. Then LAC members, teachers. LAC documenter, any of the member in your LAC session, or LAC resource person, might be external or internal. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Pag hindi kaya sa group ninyo, then you can hire an expert. So those mga composition of LAC members revolve around DepEd Order number 35 series of 2016. Okay, ito naman ang mga roles and responsibilities of LAC members. Role, LAC leader, role siya. Ano bang responsibilities ni LAC leader? Collect outputs of participants in the assigned LAC kung meron kayong outputs. Then evaluate the outputs following the evaluation procedure, submit to LDM then assist instructional coach in the validation of outputs. Okay, ano naman si LAC facilitator? Assist the LAC leader for very important kasi wag pabayaan si LAC leader. nandoon si LAC facilitator to monitor the activities and evaluate how far they are contributing to improved outcomes for learners at school. Then LAC members, they are expected to implement the proposed strategies of activities transpired in the LAC session. Okay, it is not actually LAC members ang mag-i-implement ng proposed strategies. The teachers nga 1 2 3 kay ikaw department head, ikaw ang nag-LAC leader. No, all of the members in the LAC session should implement whatever strategies you have agreed upon. Okay, a summary of these roles in LDM1 to compare LDM1 with LDM2, kasi there are two streams naman ang LDM courses. Si school head sa LDM1, LAC member lang siya kasi ang LAC leader are division supervisor. So siya nakikinig LAC member. Yun si school head. Pagka din naman sa LDM2, si school head is pwede siya LAC member, pwede siya LAC facilitator, pwede rin siya LAC documenter. Pero si school head, two teachers naman, ang dating niya is LAC coach, two teachers in their school or LAC facilitator. Okay, saan naman si master teacher at si head teacher? Sa LDM1, mga LAC members din sila. LDM2, si head teacher sa LDM2 could be a LAC member, facilitator, or documenter. Pero si master teacher, head teacher, two teachers could be LAC coach, two teachers, or LAC facilitators. So head teacher and master teacher, pwede siya instructional coaches. Mga instructional coaches. Okay, ito naman, mga standards and implementation of LAC. So it is not to implement lang pero implement, we should observe mga norms, standards, and implementation of the learning action cell. First and foremost is your agreed time and venue. Where and will we meet? So you agreed. Kasi pag hindi nag-agree sa time and venue, magkaka-problema na. Number 2, listening, a one-mouth rule. How will you listen to your peers? Kasi in a LAC session, sharing of ideas, interventions, nga tanan. So, one-mouth rule to respect everyone's ideas, hindi dugdrungan. How will we discourage interruptions? So, to discourage interruptions, you must agree on the venue nga diri hiya possible hin mga truck wheeler, mga dagko nga mga truck, mga maaringasa. Then confidentiality. Ano naman ang confidentiality? So there are issues and concerns that kept confidential. Sinasabi ito nga need to know. Ibig sabihin, you cannot share whatever you agreed in the kuan if it needs to be secret. For example na lang, if the needs you addressed in the LAC session is about the cause of absenteeism of one of the students, and that cause involves mga rape cases, mga family problems, will you share that to your co-teachers nga this one and so nag-inabsenon kay ginrape hiya ni so and so? No, it is need to know strategy. Ibig sabihin, kung sino lang ang kailangang makahibaruhiton, siya lang ang susumatan. So, confidentiality is also observed as one of the norms in the LAC implementation procedures. Kasi, there are issues that you address na need to be confidential, especially with respect to the rights of the child. So, yun. Decision making. How will we arrive at a decision? So, decide on the best, nothing more. Hindi pa siya better, kundi the best. Kasi pag best na, ano pa ba at labaw at best? What if everyone doesn't agree? So again, discuss mga options. Participation is optional, pero I discourage nga ang optional dyan is for mga reliable reason, mga valid reasons lang. Pero if you agreed on time and venue, you should participate in the LAC session. You should attend. Kasi it is for everybody. Yung LAC session na ginawa is not for the LAC leader only. It is for everybody. Okay. Resources required in organizing the LAC. Kailangan may LAC profile. Ito yung sinisiring basic standards. In organizing a LAC, you should have a LAC profile. Later, I will show you slides of LAC profile. Pero if my slide is not very clear enough, you can refer to DepEd Order 35 series of 2016. Ito yung mga forms to be needed before starting the LAC sessions. Kailangan may LAC profile, may LAC facilitator information sheet, may LAC session report, may LAC engagement report, and for module 2, for module 1, meron tayong study notebook. Pero if it is an ordinary, siguro LAC engagement report is enough. Pero most advisable is to use the study notebook. Parang meron kang diary. Okay, ito naman ang mga information sheet ng LAC facilitator. Siya ang humahawak nito. Region, division, contact details. So yan. Okay, ito naman ang LAC facilitator din. Meron siyang checklist, how you agree statements, and then how you agree on the kung ano niyo gineristoryahan. Then, as reflection, siguro ang module 1 sa LDM2 wala siyang output. Pero as reflection to activity 1 of lesson 2, reflect on the objectives, LAC sessions as listed in this paper. What are the top 3 challenges? And note the following informing your LAC, forming your LAC. Yon, self-explanatory. Then, activity 3, list down the members of your LAC. So, alam mo na ano ang mga LAC members ninyo doon previously sa slides. Then, to let me end my presentation of saying that an hour of planning can save you 10 hours of doing. So by LAC sessions, it may take a few minutes, a few hours, but then an hour of planning is worthy of grouping yourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sir Richard. Thank you, Sir AJ. Thank you to the head teachers, master teachers as well, and to teachers 1 and 3. Happy Tuesday. Hello? Andiyan pa ba? Hello? Tapos na po. Sir AJ?
Adi pa ma'am, namamate pa ako.
Human na access.
Sir
Sir AJ, I'm done. Klarado, sir? Anong kuan? Audio? Internet connection? May problem?
Yes.
Claro.
Am I audible, sir?
Audible here, Sir AJ?
Yes. Am I audible now, ma'am?
And akon ba, ma'am?
Can
Sir
you hear me, ma'am?
Pagyakan? Oh, nakabati ka. Pero na akong ba
Yes
discussion
po.
po ang tingog? Okay. Okay, that ends my presentation.
It was crystal clear. Yes, you may continue, ma'am.
I'm done, sir. I'm done, actually. Tapos na po. Yes.
All right. Okay, because we are having some slow connectivity here. Well, attitudes and development of the teachers. Again, we encourage our participants, our dear teachers, to please tap the raise hand icon if you have questions in mind. Our presenters would be very much willing to accommodate your queries. All right, so let us keep the ball rolling. If you don't have Assistant Principal 2, Mr. Leo Bijan Makasusi. However, due to the bad weather that we are experiencing now, he wasn't able to make it. That is why, in lieu of Sir Bijan's discussion, we have here our undeniably dynamic master teacher and regarded as one of the most outstanding science teacher of 2018. Folks, please welcome Mr. Rufino S. Almaden.
Once again, good morning to everyone. So in behalf of Sir Leo Bijan Makasusi, the presenter of this meeting, for the Module 2, Lesson 1, I will going to discuss this one for to understand what is MEL. Sir Aljon, please show the prepared slide of Sir Leo Bijan. Sir Aljon?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay na po.
Okay na sa.
Okay naman.
Okay.
Okay. So the identification of MEL is intended to provide the instructional space among field partners, which is we, the teachers in the field, to deliver quality instruction amidst the limited learning modalities and shortening of the school year. Likewise, the release of the MEL does not confine teachers in navigating the particularities of the learning landscapes. Just like in the pre-COVID years, you are highly encouraged to unpack the curriculum standard into learning objectives through MELCs, which is the most essential learning competencies, in order to systematize learning activities and effectively address the varying needs of learners and challenges of instructional deliveries. So unpacking the MELs, or the most essential learners, into learning objectives, you need to consider the following. So in this lesson 1, we are going to have the background, rationale, and development of MELCs. Sir Alton. So activity 1, we have here. So this is stipulated in your study notebook. And so you have to answer this. So you may have varied answer. No? So this is the question found in your study notebook. So the enclosure of schools around the world due to global pandemic posed serious challenges on the delivery of the quality basic education. As a teacher, what do you think are the fundamental concerns in terms of curriculum standard that need to be addressed in order to ensure learning continuity? You have to cite a specific example. Do you think these concerns could be solved by teacher alone? Why or why not? So uh, here is an answer for this. But however, you can still have your own answer. So this is provided by Sir Leo Bijan for us to be guided on how we are going to answer this question. So according to this answer, it says that the crisis brought about by the COVID-19 has posted a lot of challenges for the Department of Education, especially to the teachers who are standing in the front line to provide the continuity in education. As a teacher, I believe that narrowing down the learning competencies has become a huge factor in order to deliver the only most essential learning in this time of pandemic. However, one of the major concerns ensure that the learning continues is the implementation process itself, given the shortage of resources, schools, teachers, and community itself are finding means to bridge the gap. Okay, so you can have your own answer, my dear fellow teachers. So for question number 2, we have is, even prior to the spread of COVID-19, what eventually led to the closure of school nationwide? The congested curriculum has been a perennial problem of teachers, according to Andaya by 2018. So this is perceived to be one of the hindering hindering factors on the poor performance of Filipino learners. So do you agree with this observation? Why or why not? So is this the answer? So I totally agree to this. The purpose of the curriculum is to solely to achieve a higher standard of education and to produce competitive learners. But due to its congested nature, students cannot cope up with it, and more often that not all teachers or not teachers find it hard and time consuming to teach all these competencies, which seems to be repetitive and redundant, resulting to poor performance of the learners as well as the teachers. So that could be an answer for this question number 2. Okay. So for activity 2, nasa rin nga di familiarize yourself with the course reading on the development and design of milk. So after going through the document, provide a brief and concise response to the following guide questions. Write your answer in your study notebook. So we have to you have your study notebook for this, no? Okay. So what is this in the curriculum? In the milks, no? So these are the following, actually. Alignment of the content and the performance standard. So this is one of these, no? Another is the prerequisite knowledge and skills and the logical sequence. So here's the question number 1. What are the general and specific purposes of the development of milk? So milk, or the most essential learning competency, is developed to allow students to study based on their abilities to learn skill or competencies at their own pace. So because wala po tayong, hindi tayo nakakapag face to face, so the the competency or the standard was designed for our learners self-learning, no? Self-learning. Kaya we provide with them key answer in our modules, except in our uh, learning activity sheets. Wala po tayong binibigay na answer key doon sa learning activity sheets. But on the modules, we provide with them the answer key. Okay? So this method is tailored to meet different learning levels that can lead to efficient learning outcomes through alternative learning delivery modalities. Okay? So however, we still have this question in our mind. How does curriculum review aid in the identification of essential learning competencies? Paano po ito na-come up? Paano po tayo nagkaroon ng MELC or most essential learning competencies? Okay? Next slides. So number 2, what is the difference between essential learning competencies and desirable learning competencies? So here's the answer for this question. So the essential learning competencies are defined as what the students or learners need, considering the indispensable teaching and learning process to build or in building skills to equip learners for subsequent grade levels and subsequently for a lifelong learning. On the other hand, considerable learning competencies were defined as what may enhance education but may not necessary in building a fundamental skills. So number 3 questions here. How were the most essential learning competencies identified? So what were the decisions made in order to trim down the number of essential learning competencies further? So our curriculum writer come up with this most essential learning. So they based it on the curriculum guide. Okay, our curriculum guide based on 2013. So they trimmed down the number of the number of essential learning competencies. So here's the answer for this. So milk were identified according to the gaps, issues, and concerns across learning areas and grade levels. The decisions were made due to limited number of school days and the absence of face-to-face instruction at this time of pandemic. Hence, narrowing down the learning competencies is the best option that the Ed has come up with. So number 4 question, what is the importance of milk in ensuring the delivery of quality instruction? So the importance of milk. Sir Aljon, continue lang siya. Okay, milks are made aligned with the national and local standards. These are applicable to real life and are the most essential competencies that students are expected to learn despite this pandemic. The Department of Education has made sure that the limited resources Hello?
Okay, so dapat na attach din ito. Okay, so this is example of how we are going to answer this activity 3. Okay, so sample here we have 15. Nakaisip ako ito. Okay, so birds, tractor, retain, and truck. So, from the 8 to 12 learning competency, identify po na isang topic. Tapos sa isang topic, meron tayo makikita doon na mga competencies na umaabot ng tatlo at apat na competencies. Okay. So, ito is na identify ng aming mga curriculum writer, ito na lang yung gagawin yung essential. So, in other words, the version or cluster the competencies from curriculum guide. Curriculum well, during our basic phase back. So, in retain naman na column, identify kung ano ng topic sa curriculum guide na yung topic na yun, lahat ng mga competencies naman ay nire-retain. Hindi siya ginawa kaya. O ang competencies found in that topic, it's gonna be and then um okay, our learning area. So, dapat tamaan ko yung ating portfolio. Okay? Another is the simplified budget of the okay? Dapat meron po tayo dito simplified budget of the and another requirement for this that one is the adoption and tracking of the learning competency to uphold essential learning competency. Okay, so that's all for this lesson one. If you have a survey, you can answer or taking that one. Here for our who are the right leader, leader,
Ginababatian ano ta?
So, natin po natin na tinatanong mo kung ano ang magiging role ko dito, ang magiging role ko natin. Actually, okay, so are we to write it as that leader? Ang mag-set po nito ng form, di ba, if you will select form actually, is the last facilitator. Okay, so probably ito yung master teacher. So, identify lang po natin dito sa ating pool mga group of teachers managed by or supervised by our master teacher. So, identify po natin. So, automatically, yung last leader po natin ay Super Richard. Then, yung probably yung ating mga dapat teacher ay yung master teachers. But identify na lang po na ng master teachers or you define with your group. Kasi meron lang tayo identified group na kanta po na so, kasi yun na within the group na tayo mag-decide who will be the last documenter, who will take charge for the last accomplishment or activity of completion report, then also we're going to take down also for the time, the minutes, no? So in your session, in your last session, so yun po.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I hope Alexis or for question. Some more questions or regarding the topics discussed earlier. Some more questions from the again. Encourage all participants. Questions. If you have any maybe you have some inputs, please do not hesitate to tap the raise hand icon. Okay, so let's just read back some messages. There are some questions here. And so far, all right. So time check. We proceed. It's already 11:57 morning. I guess presenter is. Shall we proceed? Okay.
Hi, Sir Aljun.
Yes.
I
So
just
I
do
see.
not know if we still have enough time before 12 o'clock
Yes, sir.
for my presentation. I just would like to ask everyone if you are amenable, if you are going to extend for about, okay, kasi I am given about 30 minutes. With my presentation, it's actually quite essential in developing your learning packages. So, what's the pleasure of everyone? Are we going to push through as scheduled? But I guess we will extend about until 12:10 or 12:15. Is it okay?
Okay, so let me solicit the suggestion of one of our organizers. Are we good with that, sir, Rufino?
Or we will just resume this afternoon.
Mamaya na lang daw po, sir.
Isyam na lang niyan nga kulop.
Okay,
Sir
okay.
Richard, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a pause. We will take a break. We will have our lunch first, and at exactly 1 p.m., we will resume first topic, of course, with our head teacher, Sir Jose Andre Lumbay. Okay,
Thank you,
so
sir.
happy lunchtime, everyone. Please be back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. Happy
Okay.
lunchtime. Yes, Sir Andre, do you have something to say?
Okay na ako, Juan.
Okay. So we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
Ito mag-iba-iba kita answer at itong 3, 4. Kaya iba-iba ako yung kuhan. Ito, implement module and 4.
By the way, while you are having your lunch, as requested by the buddy, we will be playing the video presentation that was made by, of course, Sir Richard Laurente. Thank you very much. Yes, I guess without the background music this time.
Sir Aljun. I-play ko na po,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
I-replay ko na.
Yes, yes, Ma'am Rachel, please.
Okay.
Na-feedback.
Ayaw laan na kuan. Kay dapat i-revise pa ato.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
There is na yun pa. Okay.
Okay,
po.
thank you, sir. Copy. Kindly turn to mute, please. If you feedback.
Next week. Oo, magpaalam pala ako yan. Ni na Tony. Nagpa-advise
Insert.
Sure.
Sabi mo na rin ako pinindulong pa, diretso na kaya gusto nga nito sa niya. Diretso na niya.
Dividing into the training. More words, more mistakes.
Ako pagkaman ka nasa tingin sa mga. Ako ano, bawal na diretso.
Una.
Kailan ka ba niya?
Wala.
Sa AJ. Pinaka.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, of course, to our active Principal 4, Mr. Richard and Laurente, as well as our Assistant School Principal, Mr. Leo Bijan Makasusi. Sir, good afternoon. Our head teachers in the Junior High School Department, Sir Alvin Susena, and GSHI Extension, Sir Jose Andre Lumbre, to the rest of the faculty and staff, our department heads and master teachers, again, good evening. So earlier this morning, we have learned about the purposes of having this training workshop, the development of the milks. A question was raised by on the cell and was answered by Mr. Rufino Alvarez. So to start with, this afternoon, our first discussant is our teacher 3 here in our school. He is now a designate in charge at the Tanawan School of Craftsmanship and Home Industries Extension and proves to be something to be reckoned with. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one of our vibrant head teacher, Mr. Jose Andre Lumbre.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I just would like to ask everyone if you can hear me clearly.
Yes, sir, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you. So actually, I am assigned to Module 2, which is all about the most essential learning competencies. And specifically, this is lesson 2 of Module 2. So the topic is about unpacking and combining MELCs, or the most essential learning competencies, into learning objectives. So our objective for this topic, we are expected after this session to understand the vital consideration in unpacking and combining MELCs. Number 2 is to unpack and combine sample MELCs. And number 3, affirm that unpacking and combining MELCs provide curricular flexibilities to field implementers. So the key topics, concepts, we have unpack, curriculum standards, essential learning competences, content standards, performance standards. And the resources required, we have, actually we need to have the K-12 curriculum guide, the list of most essential learning competences per subject area, then yun, the unpack learning or most essential competences. But I would like to start with this. What is really unpacking? Maybe the word unpacking is, you are familiar with this if you have been in this profession for quite some time, because the term is actually overused during the time of the UBD. This is a framework used by DepEd sometimes in the early 2000. So I know some of you teachers, you are familiar with the word or the term unpacking. So what is really unpacking in terms of, or in the content of standards? So we say that this is a technique teachers can use to make sense of standards and then create focused learning targets to make them actionable. So this is a technique that we can actually use to easily prepare our in this time our learning packages. So this is also called deconstructing or unwrapping standards. Foster a collaborative dialogue that supports growth and effectiveness. So why do we need to unpack specifically the most essential learning competences? So these are the reasons why we need to unpack the milks. First is it will serve when we unpack our milk, our respective milk, we actually it will serve as your guide in preparing your, say, your learning activity sheets or whatever learning plan that you are planning to have for a particular milk. Then the second is to make the learning targets easier to achieve for students. So how do we unpack milks? There are actually two essential processes in unpacking milks. The first one is you have to identify the target skill or skills and the prerequisite skills. So this is very crucial. It's very important that we can identify the target skills present in our milks. Then the second one is to identify the content or contents and the prerequisite contents. So I guess you're familiar with this, the Bloom's taxonomy of learning. Before actually this was stated in terms of noun, but this time we have remember the equivalent of this before is actually knowledge. So this time it's stated in terms of a verb. It's remember. Then before we used to have comprehension, but this time it's understand and apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So I hope you are very much familiar with this because this will be our guide in identifying our target skills, the level of skill that is actually in our milk. So I guess you are very familiar with when we say remember or remembering. So it's just on the level of recalling facts and basic concepts. And in the second level, understand. So explain ideas or concepts. There are actually there are some keywords here which like classify, describe, discuss, explain, identify, locate, recognize, report, select, translate. So take note of these keywords. We can make use of this later when we identify the target skills. That excuse me. Then the third one is apply. So basically this is about the use of information in new situations. So some keywords are execute, implement, and others. Then analyze. It's drawing connections among ideas. So some basic terms or terms that we can actually, or key terms that we need to look into are differentiate, organize, relate, compare, contrast, distinguish, examine, experiment, question, or test. And then the next level, which is evaluate, so justify a stand or decision. So we have some of the key terms here. We have appraise, argue, defend, judge, select, support, value, critique, or weight. Then the highest level of the Bloom's taxonomy of learning is actually create. The equivalent of this in the previous is actually synthesis. Before this in the fifth level, but this time it's already the highest level of learning. So produce new or original work. So some of the keywords here or some terms that we can say that's on this level, we have design, assemble, construct, conjecture, develop, formulate, author, investigate. So let me give you an example in unpacking the milk because we're supposed to have in your I do understand that you are already given your or Sir Rufino posted in our GC the study notebook for the different modules in our or in this course LDM course 2. So you have the some of the answers, some answers, but actually not necessarily that we are saying that they are actually the answers. Those are because some of the questions there are hypothetical. So it may be the answer can come from your experiences. So and one of the activities there, the first activity is for you to read some document related to unpacking. So what I'm going to do now is to give you a certain example in unpacking the milk. Oh, I have chosen. So the very first thing that you are going to do is to select a particular milk or most learning competency, most essential learning competency in the milks that you have in your respective area. So this one solves problem involving sets with the use of Venn diagram is actually the second milk in grade 7 math. I'm going to give you an example in unpacking the milk in my discipline. My specialization is math, so I'm going to make use of milk in math, grade 7 particularly. So solve problems involving sets with the use of Venn diagram. Now, take note that we have actually processes to consider in unpacking the milk. So, or the steps that we have to consider. As I was saying a while ago, the first one is to identify the target skills or target and the prerequisite skills. And the other one is you need to identify the content and the prerequisite content. So the clue there in identifying the skill is actually the verb present in the milk. So for instance, in this particular milk, when you identify the skill, it's actually solves this one. Then for the content, your clue is the second step is actually the nouns present or used in the milk. So for instance, our Venn diagram, sets. Those are the things that we have to take into consideration, and the prerequisite contents, sometimes there are now actually prerequisite content. Then we need to go back to, or we need to see to it that we know it. We are familiar with the Bloom's taxonomy of learning because this is where we can identify the level of skill or the target skill that is actually in our milk, and also your prerequisite skill. So for instance, in our milk or in our competency solves problems involving or using Venn diagram. So the word solve is actually somewhere, or it's this one. It's on the level of apply. So it's in the applying level. So solve is on the applying level. So in other words, your target skill is apply. And you will notice that this is the third level. So it means that there are two prerequisite skills. So your prerequisite skills are remember and understand. So remember and understand. So from this, so these are prerequisite skills. Maybe so when you make your, say for instance, your learning activity sheets, because we are not preparing our learning or lesson plan this time. So in the context of learning activity sheets, so after this one, after you have identified, so this will be our guide in perhaps identifying the activities that we are going to include in our learning activity sheets and whatever learning plan that we are, or learning resource that we are trying to develop. So we need, because before they may be able to apply to solve, so for instance in this case, to solve problems using, or problems involving sets using Venn diagram, they need to see to it that they know the prerequisite skills and the prerequisite contents. So it's remember. So dito sa remember, because we are going to we will try to unpack this one and develop a certain objective that will be our guide in creating or in developing activities and planning activities that will fit to the kind of students that we have. So sa remember, let's say I'm going to use define. So do define. Now, how are we going to use this one? So we will turn this one into an objective, like let's say the unpacked learning objective now is define Venn diagram, because you cannot solve a certain problem involving set if you do not know what is meant by Venn diagram. So that is a prerequisite skill. I know that you have been doing this one before, but maybe we we are not conscious that this is actually what we are doing. We are already unpacking, because you teachers, I know that you are very good in doing this one. When you plan your learning activities each or whatever learning packages that you are preparing and learning resources, you are doing this one because it will help you identify the most appropriate, or let's say, activities that will fit to the kind of students that we have and the kind of situations that we have now. So that's it. So for the first level, so they need to define Venn diagram. The next, let's go to the second level, which is understand. So you can choose any of this. This time, in choosing particular keyword, it's actually the best who can do that is the teacher involved. Alright? Because you are very much familiar with your subject area. So you can easily do this. So for let's say for math teachers, we can easily relate with this one. But for some teachers who are or whose, let's say, discipline is different from math, but you can do this. This is the principle in doing that one. So say for instance, in the understand level, I'm going to use, let's say, identify. So going back to the MELC, dun sa solve problems involving set using Venn diagram. So it's one of the important things there. Aside from the concept of set, you should be familiar of the operations, different operations on sets. So I can make use of that. So I'm going to say identify different operations on set. So that's the second one. So you need to identify different operations on set, because once you know the different operations on set, then perhaps you can easily solve problem using Venn diagram. You know already what is meant by Venn diagram, and you know already, or you know the different operations on set, then somehow this time you are now ready to solve problems involving sets using this particular method, which is Venn diagram. Then after this one, so let's go back. So this is now the ultimate target skill, apply. So then it's actually solve. That's the term there, solve. So so we are now on this level. This is the ultimate goal. The unpack learning objective could be you can make use of the MELC. You can make use of this. Like we are used to do this. Sometimes we are not changing this anymore. Solve problems involving sets. The use of Venn diagram. Or you can restate this one like demonstrate solution on problems involving sets with the use of Venn diagram. You can rephrase this one. You can restate the MELC, but we are actually on that. Sometimes we are not. We are just making use of the MELC. It's okay. What is important is we know our goal, our ultimate goal. So we were able now to unpack this particular MELC, which is solve problems involving set with the use of Venn diagram. This is how we do it. Now the question is, you might say, yes, this will be because this will be your guide. So along the way, when you develop your learning or learning resources like learning activity sheets, so somehow this will be your guide. So you will notice it's from simple to complex. So your activity should be aligned with this. It's up to you to plan. Let's say, where are you going to put this one? Let's say defining Venn diagram. It could be in your priming or preliminary activities. It's up to you. Then identifying the different operations on sets. You are the best person to identify where to place this one. So you might actually ask me, are we going to specify or are we going to write the unpack learning objectives in our learning packages like learning activity sheets as part of the objectives. You will notice, or some of you maybe you are always being reminded to come up with just one objective in your learning plans because it's quite difficult to measure this. So these actually, some of these objectives, the unpack learning objectives, you may be able to measure this one along the way on the process, like defining diagram or Venn diagram. Maybe you can put this, or you can, the activity is within, or let's say in your discussion, in your abstraction, you can have this. And when you make a generalization, if you ask your students to define, or let's say in this context of, let's say students now are, they are just having their module. So maybe one of the parts there is you are going to let them, let's say in our modules now we have this, that students are asked to complete a particular statement for them to be able to state the key concept in that particular competency. So some of these learning objectives you may not include this. What is important is actually the most essential learning competency. That's, and also when you assess your students, this is what are you going to measure lang. This would the assessment will focus particularly on solve problems involving, or on on that particular MELC that you have selected. So that's actually the process. Then you might actually ask, so this is now the activity. Then you might actually ask, is there always a need for us to unpack before, during, before the pandemic? There are times that we don't need to unpack because we really have to look into the competency. If the competency is just on the level of remembering, there is no unpacking. There will be no unpacking, or unpacking will not take place because it's on the first level. So there will be unpacking if the competency that you have chosen, or let's say that you are taking into consideration, is on the second or upper levels of the Bloom's taxonomy of learning. So for instance, if your chosen MELC is on the create level, then you have 5 prerequisites. So mataas na kasi ito. So this is the highest level of skill that your students need to acquire. So if your let's say the skill is on the evaluate level, then there will be 4 prerequisites skills. Then you need to develop, or you need to have at least, kung nasa evaluate, at least 4 or 5 na. 5 yon, including the MELC that you have selected, or the if you are going to restate that one. So that's the idea of unpacking the most essential learning competences. So as I was saying a while ago, that there will be no unpacking if let's the competency that you have chosen is on the remembering level. But I know that in the most essential learning competences, or MELCs, most essential learning competences, we have already this all of these competences were taken from the curriculum guide. So some of the competences there with where these competences are just in the first level, where I more or less they were actually dropped. So in terms or in the context of MELCs, in most cases, or most likely, I have not seen, or I have browsed other, or the MELCs of other subjects. I could not actually see doon na if a particular competency within the level lang of define, list, duplicate. So usually it's on the level of understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So the idea of, let's say, of when to unpack is based on the skill level of the MELC that you have selected. If it's on the create level, there will be 5 prerequisite skills. And if it's on the, let's say, evaluate level, there will just be 4 prerequisite skills and prerequisite contents, but not necessarily yung content, but I'm pretty sure of the skills. Yun. Kung nasaan apply, we just have 2 prerequisite skills and so on and so forth. So that's how we unpack the milk. I know that you have been doing this before, in especially when you were preparing your lesson plan before, during nung wala pang pandemic, but this time that I just do not know if the TBA department, you are making use of your LAS. You are not using your the modules provided by the central office. So this can be your guide in preparing your LAS, or for those teachers who are preparing learning activity sheets. This can be your guide. So just take note that when you unpack, the very first thing that you are going to do is really you need to you have to consider your target skills. I would like to go back to this one. You need to identify the target skills. Usually in our common understanding of this, when we talk about prerequisites, these are the things that we need to, that the students need to learn before up your, let's say, your lesson for that particular week or for that particular day. The prerequisite skills or the prerequisite knowledge of the content, these are the things that we need to prepare our students, or we need to identify activities aligned or that will allow them to learn this. So yun. Pero take note, kasi I know that our concept of this parang ganun lang. Sometimes we are leaving some of the important prerequisite skills there. Let's say kung nandun siya sa fifth level, evaluate, sometimes more or less your activities that you need to have, we have, but other can be integrated in your, let's say, this kind your discussion. But now that we are using dun sa last, mayroong pa naman may discussion na what is our standard in making our last. The first part, parang dyan, explore, learn. What are anyone can share what are the steps that we are using, or the parts of the learning activity sheets? Andun yun. So we can actually include, or we can, the activities that we need to have. What is important that we are guided, we will be properly guided when we are unpacking the MELCs. So this Bloom's taxonomy of learning is very essential kasi this is our guide of identifying the target skills. Once, kasi it's not just, sometimes we are confused whether it's on the first level, second level, third level. In fact, in constructing our TOS, others have difficulty in doing this one. So it's just like this. You can be familiar lang with the Bloom's taxonomy, with this level of, or levels of learning or skills. If we are very much familiar with this, then you can easily construct your TOS. In terms, I'm talking about, I'm extending it to test construction, kasi we also have difficulty on this one. Sometimes nga we are forced, or we are forcing ourselves to construct higher level, or yung mga questions on the create level, or evaluating level, creating level. But in reality, when we look into the MELCs, there are no competences there within that level. So madali lang naman pag if all the competences cover for a particular period, if there are no competences there that are actually in the create or evaluating or creating level, then there will be no questions that you will be asking there. Because remember, our guide is just the competences. Do not go beyond kasi mahihirapan ka dun. Do not go beyond what is actually expected from you. Our guide is the MELCs, the most essential learning competences. So that's how we do it. I hope it's very clear for everyone. Actually, we can do this because I was just given 30 minutes. So I tried to make it short or make it simple. Ganun lang for you to be able to understand. My example pa is very specific to math. I know others, medyo you have, others may not be able to relate with this. But this will apply the process. This is applicable to all. This is applicable to all. Let me give you another example. Ito kasi you are supposed this time, but how can we do this? Because the framework of the discourse LDM2 is actually for learning action cell for lack. So that is why you have activities that you are supposed to work with. But considering that this is actually virtual, so I know that it would be very difficult for you to form or to group yourselves into, let's say, on the desired number of members in a particular group. So anyway, this is in your activity notebook or in your study notebook. The time there is study notebook, you can work on this if you have, let's say, good teachers that you can work with. Then much better, because it would be better if you are collaborating, if you are working collaboratively, you are not that doing it alone. Much better if you are going to have this. So you are supposed, this is one of your output. This one has no answer in your study notebook. You just have to do this. You really have to, so this is, do you have, did you download already the study notebook posted by Sir Rofino in the GC? So you can make use of it. Then the third activity is actually just the submission. So I'm not going to show it anymore. So what is important here is you are going to unpack. You are going to select, you choose a uh, particular competency in your MELC. Ito ang nandito kasi first quarter, so much better actually if you are going to choose a MELC on the second quarter. Let's not exclusively before the first quarter, because supposed to be this activity should have been done before, maybe sometimes in October. So that it will be useful for us, maybe I hope for the organizer, it won't mind if, or you won't mind if I will ask our participants to make use of a certain MELC and their respective area, subject area, in the second quarter, especially the TVE teachers, because they are developing learning activity sheets. So you just choose one particular, one specific MELC, then try to unpack it. You unpack that. Again, the process, yun lang. There are two things that you have to actually, inside, if you browse the internet, they're saying that there are three steps. The third step is actually the actual, or the unpacking proper. But yun lang, the two important processes that you have to, or essential in unpacking. We have target skill, yung identifying the target skill and target content. So before I end up my ano, do you have any questions? Or anyone would like to share how to unpack a learning or a most essential learning competency? Is there anyone in the group who wants to share? Is there anyone who wants to share how to unpack? Like, kasi limited lang examples ko, yung example ko to one. I had given only one example. Pero like, let's say,
Good mod.
yes, Rufino, would you like to, do you have, let's say, is there anyone from the group now you have a family, let's say you are familiar with this milk, so that we
Hello.
can easily identify that for other subjects? Would you like to share anyone from the group, other subject?
Yes,
Kasi doon sa math, medyo sa amin in math, I know others, we can do that even say for instance in grade 8. Just raise your hand kung sino ang gustong mag-share. In grade 8 o in grade 7, let's say there is a topic there of operations on rational numbers. This is very broad. By the way, unpacking is different from subtasking, but in somehow they are just related, but unpacking and subtasking are two different things when we talk about in the context of this. So yung operations on rational numbers, sa math na rin na naman to, so I do not know if others can relate. Or rational numbers, there are a lot of subsets like fraction, decimals, integers. Ang dami nun. So definitely doon pa lang magsasubtask ka na. Pero pag nag-unpack ka, titignan mo yung operate is nasa level ng application, I mean na applying pa din. So there will be two prerequisite skills. Specifically pag nag-subtask ka, like let's say, let's take very specific to fractions. So let's say fractions. Ang target mo addition and subtraction. Anyway, you are done with in elementary with this. So pag addition and subtraction, let's say, ang first consideration mo doon is dalawa yung prerequisite skills. So let's say first is you need to, let's say gamitin pa rin natin yung define. Define similar and dissimilar fraction. Because we cannot add, we can never add or perform operation and addition and subtraction if you do not know how to, let's say, you do not know how to define dissimilar and similar fractions. Then sa second level, dun sa understand the level, maybe classify. Classify fractions as dissimilar and dissimilar. Because once they know this, once they can define similar and dissimilar fraction and they can classify similar and dissimilar